Test. The entire season, we've gotten to see myself. We are myself, Ashley Maxwell, Caitlin Giacalone. We've gotten to go to your clubs and see you guys. So, I mean, it's cool to see you guys be here from like, a couple months back when we were still building and questions. So awesome. Thank you again, everyone, for being here. So welcome to our middle school robotics tournament. We are going to be starting in basically a couple seconds. We do have an order and we'll call it out. Now, just the kind of flow of things, student restrooms are going to be out these doors and to the right. Student restrooms are there. Adults, parents, and teachers, your restrooms are this way, out this door to the left, okay? At any point, you can ask questions. Anyone, wearing a badge, we can help you. Any of the team here, we can help you if you have any questions on something's locked or whatever. And just to go over the flow, as your team is called up, you'll go ahead. You can leave your robot on the table if you want, but we'll start with the presentation. We have a table here if you need it. You can move it. You can just out of the way. If you want to put something here, you can. And we have our display here with an HDMI. Go ahead, plug in a laptop if you have it. You'll load up. And we have two judges here, Tanya and Kelly. Say hi. These are our judges. When you come and set up, you let them know we're ready to go. And you can start your innovation presentation, and we'll have a timer, okay? So you'll coordinate with them. Once you're all done, you'll say thank you. You'll walk over to your table, and we'll have our two judges, Ryan and Caitlin. Say hi. And Caitlin's over there. Our two refs will say, all right, guys, you guys get situated, get your robot, everything, your laptops. Coordinate with them. They say go. Your 4 minutes will start. We have a timer right here. And that's where we'll do the 4, 4, 4. 4 minutes on, 4 minutes to recalibrate, re-strategize, do what you got to do, and then 4 minutes back on. Coaches, while your teams are competing in the first 4 minutes and the last 4 minutes, you're hands off. So you won't be at the board. You got to be, a distance. You can watch, but hands off. It's on the kids. When they're recalibrating, sure, you can go in and maybe offer tips and stuff, but while they're doing it, you're off. Our refs here are super friendly, and they'll help troubleshoot anything that, they might need help with. Any questions before we start? Huh? Parent chairs. So we have chairs here, and we have chairs here. You're welcome to go in between. If your child, your student's coming up, you can move there, you can stay there. It's being live streamed on both screens as well, okay? So it's both for parents and admin. All right, everyone, so the first squad up is gonna be Nellie Kaufman. Round of applause, and let's get started.
All right, well, Nellie Kaufman is getting set up with their presentation part of the tournament. I will explain to our people watching the live stream what is happening today. So today, students, middle school students, starting in 6th grade through 8th grade, have been working on building and coding robots to complete missions on a mat. And part of this competition includes a presentation portion where students will explain how they got to this point in their building and teamwork to be able to program. So that's what starts, is we'll listen to students, and it's a really quiet space, and they're probably a little nervous, but we're going to give them, when they're ready to go, we're going to listen to them. Okay, here we go. All right, very good. So now the Nellie Kaufman Cougars will head to the robotics table where they will get set up to start their missions, accomplishing their missions. And I'm going to just talk a little bit about through some of these missions on the board. We'll be able to see them on the big screen too and see kind of what students are working to accomplish or trying to accomplish with their code. And the combined total between the points that they're able to score on the board, as well as how they did during their presentation and interview with the judges discussing about their strategy to code and accomplish these missions, as well as potentially talking about some of the things that they learned connected to this year's theme, which is archaeology. They work together to present to the judges all that they've learned, and they have a total possible points of 100 points total, I'm seeing. Very good. So between two judges, so they have a total of 100 points between the two judges for their interview and explanation of their club space. We can see right now they're getting set up to start their robots on the mat. Now, for all of those of you that are new with Lego Robotics and our first Lego League tournament, teams have 2 robots that they can start on the mat, and they work together for a combined score. So teams can start anywhere on the mat, on the left side or the right side, so long as their robot starts within the launch area. And the launch area on the mat is the white corner spaces on the right and the left side. The competition is judged by 2 judges who are looking for specific things on each mission. So students are using computers. They have HP laptops that they're using to code with an online application through block coding, which is the elements of all of our computers run and all applications, as well as various technology pieces such as robots in our regular day life. Okay, so these are the 2 launch areas. We have these white sections. We have a red side and a blue side, and this is where our robots have to start. And they're allowed to travel anywhere here on the mat. These are all of the missions that they're working to accomplish. I'll go through those here in just a second. They also are allowed to drive in these side areas over on the side. So they can go outside of here. We call these the home base, or the launch area, the home base or the launch area. And students can touch their robot at any time throughout the competition to pick up their robot and relaunch, to restart if their robot gets off track, or if there's a confusion in the code that causes some kind of glitch or delay, students can pick up their robot and restart. So the main rule with the starting of the robot is that only one robot can be traveling on the mat at a time, trying to score points, and that students must start in the launch area. That's those white areas. And you can see they also have some tick marks and measurements on the side so that students can line up their robot accurately based on the code that they've written. All right, so here we go. Now teams have 4 minutes to earn as many points as they can with their code and missions. They're working to accomplish the missions. They have 4 minutes, and then they'll have a 4-minute break to talk with their teammates and their coach, and then they'll have another 4 minutes to continue scoring even more points. So it's kind of like an intermission, but the points carry over. So they're working across 8 minutes to score as many points as they can to accomplish as many missions as they can. And you can see that we just scored one mission. The robot went out and was able to move that. I believe that's called the surface brushing. Oh, thank you. I'm going to get exactly the name of these missions. All right, teams have about a minute and 30 seconds left. And every time you hear that ding, you'll hear that's when the students have accomplished one of the missions. So once they've accomplished the mission, they're done with that mission. It looks like that mission that they just went for was mission number 5. We'll go over review the missions once we finish the round here and see what the students are doing. So there we go. A couple dings. Great job. That was mission number 12 that he just finished on the board. And each one comes with a different set of points. Mission number 12 is a total of 30 points. Very good. That one was mission number, looking at my map here, mission number 3. Mission number 3 earns teams a total of 40 points if they accomplish both sides, which it looks like they did. They have about 30 seconds left. Looks like he's lining it up for one more mission over here on the right side of the mat. You can see students can change the attachments of their robot at any time. They can move their robot, they can rebuild their robot, even recode on the fly. He's going to pick that one up and try it again. He's got about 15 more seconds to launch. This one's a really tricky mission. This mission number 8, pretty tricky. Okay, now that was signaling time's up. So now the team's going to come together, talk together. They can work with their coach. So first round, they did quite a few missions. We're going to go over some of them. Let's start with mission number. All right, we're going to queue up a couple of the missions that they completed. So they did complete mission number 2, which is the first one that they completed. This mission is called the map reveal. And on this mission, what they need to do, there's 3 different elements that they have to do on the map reveal. And the first one, each one scores 10 points. So the first one is that they have to rotate the topsoil to reveal the hidden treasure underneath. Remember, this is an archaeological theme. So all of these missions will have to do with archaeology and the real world expectations that real archaeologists are doing in the field, and we're mimicking them in this robotic setting. So that first part is they have to rotate the topsoil back so that it can reveal the artifacts underneath. On the second part of the mission, they would pick up a piece of the topsoil, so remove the topsoil. And then on the third part, they would slide a piece of the topsoil away. So it's all movement. One is a slide, one is a pickup, and one is I guess a push or a turn. Well, they'll rotate the lever right there. And each one is worth 10 points. This team was able to complete 2 of those elements. So they were able to get done they only did one of the elements, which was to turn. So they still have the option of sliding and picking up the topsoil on mission number 2. And they can do those in the second part of their mission run. Another mission that the team completed was mission number 5. Let's look at mission number 5. Mission number 5 is called Who Lived Here? I really like this one. This one takes elements of history. So we're looking at them uncovering artifacts from the ancient days. And on this one, they have to change the floor structure of that artifact or historical place, I guess you could say, built by Lego. So to get 30 points, they would need to push the red lever so that the floor is upright, just like that. And underneath, you can see all the little artifacts built by Lego. It's pretty cool that we get these missions, and not only have students coded their hand-built robots with Lego, all of these missions are also built with Lego parts. And part of the club, a big part of the beginning parts of their club, is building the actual missions that they have to then accomplish. And they're pretty tricky. If anyone's done Lego before, they know that there's the little itty bitty pieces that they need to complete. And so during the first part of the clubs, for several weeks, maybe even months, depending on the club size and how fast these students can build these Legos, they're trying to create these models. And this is when we can think a lot about the theme each year, this year archaeology, and how each of these models represent what we're learning about right now in the real archaeological realm or study. All right, so that bell signals that students are ready for their last 4-minute run. So they're going to have one more 4-minute set to score more points on the mat. The judges are just confirming that they are ready to start. Oh, you can see that they've programmed a lever to go and try to smash down this red, I guess, other lever. So they've created a lever on their robot that goes up and down that's coded. Not only have they built that lever to actually function with gears and different parts, Lego parts, they've envisioned that and built it themselves. They've also made the code that actually turns these gears to be able to, they're going to try one more time. these gears that have coated the robot to actually go up and down. And the goal of this mission, this one again is mission number 8. They have to shoot out these little gears. And here they go. Oh, harder. It's really got to bang down on that lever, which is really tough in this mission. This is one of our very tougher missions. They're going to try and give it one more go. The judge is just testing that the mechanism actually functions. They're going to try one more time. They've practiced it and iterated it throughout their practice several times, and they have seen it work. They know that this works, so it's just getting it to work in the field is part of what's really challenging about robotics and all different competitions. They work one time in the practice room, but in the field, there's various elements that might change it up, whether it be the Lego itself or the board might be slightly different. We're going to pause the time and actually check this mission that it's possible. We know that they're close. So we're just going to pause. Judges are just confirming that there's not something stuck. So just the time is paused here for just a second while we double check that the game board is set up correctly. Right, they're going to give it another go. Wow, man, they're just slightly off, that it's just missing it just slightly. You can see as it's coming down, it's the full force of their lever mechanism is just slightly missing the edge of that lever. So we're going to see what their strategy is here. It looks like they're repositioning and they're going to try again. Very tricky. This one's very hard. Probably one of the hardest missions we have on the field. I love their tenacity. They have a lot of grit here. It's really easy to get frustrated when you've seen something work 10, 20, 30 times in practice and you get to the competition floor and it doesn't quite work out. That can cause a lot of frustration and anxiety, and these students are doing a really good job of staying calm under the pressure. And oh, they did get one. Amazing. Very good. That tenacity paid off, and the grit paid off on that. They were able to get those little pieces to fly out. This is called the empty silo mission, and these little Lego pieces launch out. They did get one that bounced outside, so that's 10 points. Very good. All right, they have about 5 seconds left. They're going to try and go for one more mission. Ooh, and they are done. Well done. Round of applause for Nellie Kaufman Cougars. This is the first year that they've competed since a little hiatus at Nellie Kaufman. They didn't have a robotics team last year with our ETIS program. They have other robotics programs at NNC, so various different programs. Really great technology department with Nellie Kaufman, led by Coach Harling and their students. I'll call them out. We have Halford, Juniper, Travis. I'm saying it wrong. Travis. Nope. How do I say it? Tavares. Thank you. Tavares and Alex. There are 4 amazing robotics teammates. Give them a round of applause. They did a really good job. NNC. We'll get that total score calculated. We have another team getting ready to be on the board. The next team will be Desert Springs Middle School. And right now they are working on their presentation portion of the tournament where they talk about their mission, how they got to where they are, and anything they've learned about the theme this year, archaeology. Okay, so our next team up to the mat is the DSMS Scorpions. Yeah, that's right. These guys have been working really hard. I spent a couple of days with them in their club space, and we have two brand new coaches coaching the DSMS Scorpions. We have Mr. George and Mr. Lara, and they're very excited about their coders and engineers, Ethan, Rosalinda, Isabel, Emily, and Emma. Lots of ladies on the team. Of course, I like that. Peace. That's nice. Yeah. So these guys just finished their presentation portion, and now they're getting ready for their competition, the coding. And the judges, once they're ready to go, they will start the timer, and the coders can start. And I'll kind of give a play-by-play of what's going on. They gave a thumbs up that they're ready, and the time is going. So we're ticking away here. We'll see. Oh, there's one. And there's two. And I think, yep, perfect. So they got those little gears coming out. So that is a total of 30 points. Now they're on to the second mission. Well done. That's that map reveal. And they completed the forge, I believe it's called. So that's another ding. Lots of quick dings here. The forge. So now they're going to replace. You can see that they're pulling their robot back to the launch area, and they have a different type of attachment that they're putting on the board. This one is really long, and it goes all the way, and so they have to deal. Oh, that's an interesting strategy they have there to pull the roof up over this one. This mission, I'll tell you exactly which one it is when I see on my paper here. It's called What's on Sale. There it is. Well done. So for that one, they have to pull the roof of the stand up to create like a sales stand for an ancient culture trading their wares at the market. And that roof completely raising is 20 points, which they've accomplished. So that's a great one. Okay, and so this one they just completed is called Tip the Scales, where they have to put the bucket down. So this is an ancient sales or market invention where ancient cultures would weigh their products in a scale with a bucket on a big lever, and they would know how heavy something was or how much something was worth based on that weight. So we recreated that in a Lego situation. Students have to tip the scale downward for 20 points, and then they need to remove the artifacts out of the sales post. So now they've just completed a couple more. You can hear the dings. This one they did is number 12, called the salvage operation. And for this one, they have to excavate an ancient ship by first removing sand away from the ship, like it's at the bottom of the ocean, and then they have to raise it out of the water. And interestingly, we know from pop culture that robots are used to, in fact, raise ancient ships and remove things from under the water. So these guys are doing really good. They have just over a minute left in this round. Looks like they're working on this called surface brushing. This surface brushing mission number 1, where they have to knock over soil deposits, so brushing away artifact, and then removing the equipment, which would be this brush that they have that's already placed inside of the Lego mechanism. So that's that mission. It looks like they got half of that done, and they might redo that or retry that one in their second round. I think one of the hardest things for coaches in the Lego Robotics is not coaching while the kids are playing. They actually have to let the students be autonomous. That's hard for teachers in general. I think we want to coach along the way the whole time. Do this, do this. But we actually feel most proud when we've given them all the guidance up front, like a coach, and then we see them do the work without us. That's our goal as teachers, is to let them do it without us. It's very hard to do. We want to guide all the time. We just want them to be so successful. So our coaches are doing a good job of keeping quiet during the run, even though they're congratulating them along the way. All right, so we have time up on the first 4 minutes. They should be really proud. They got a lot of missions done. Coaches now can come in and help and talk to students, get a strategy of what they might be doing in the next set of runs. So let's look at what they accomplished here. So they got a lot done. First, I'd love to look at the Forge, which is mission number 6. Mission number 6, the Forge. This is ore blocks that are laid in a machine, in an ancient machine. The robot needs to push this red lever so that the ore blocks fall away from the artifact. And they get 10 points for each ore block that they can remove from the artifact. The ore blocks just can't touch the artifact. So we'll look at that one more time. And we'd have to go back and see an instant replay of how the students did that. I'm not sure if they actually hit the lever or if they just knocked the ore blocks out. But the way students achieve the goal of moving the ore blocks is not important. It's that the ore blocks are moved. So however they get the ore blocks to move, even if they had a mechanism to pick up those blocks one by one, or those boulders one by one, that would work. In this case, they have moved that red lever thing, I guess is my technical term, the red lever thing. Very good. So another one that they completed, we saw again the silo. Let's watch the silo mission, mission number 8. Let's watch that and see exactly what students are doing. This is also the one that Nellie Kaufman Cougars worked on for quite a while and were successful at accomplishing. Each of the silo pieces within the silo itself can earn a team 15 points for a total of 30 points if they can pound down on that silo lever. So here's this one. This is again mission number 8. The robot needs to chomp down on that red lever on the side to actually fling out these silo pieces for mission number 8. In the ancient days, these silos were used to store grain or other wares that, they needed to keep, ancient culture needed to keep cool, like we use a modern day refrigerator for, or a cellar if you're storing fancy grape juice. They keep it cool and dark to not let the goods spoil. So that's that one. Let's look at mission number 9. We have about 45 seconds left or so, 30 seconds. I know we started our think time just a slight bit late, but coaches have that on another stopwatch, double checking that everything is fair. Students only get the 4 minutes to practice. We'll look at mission number 9 now. What's on sale? Mission number 9. Oh, it is. Thomas is on top of his game. I should introduce my fellow colleagues here, which is Mr. Genera is over on the streaming board. He's the one that is trying to listen to me at all times to hear which ones we're looking at. So we're really coordinated and working together, kind of like our robotics teams, how they have to be good communicators, work together. So Mr. Genera, he's an expert with regards to the streaming and all the technology that it takes to run a program like this, the microphone setup, the cameras, the speakers, and everything that takes to get it online, in fact. So thank you, Thomas, and I'm sorry I doubted you for just a minute there. So mission 9, what's on sale, which we have on the board now, is where they have to raise the roof of an ancient sales market stall, I would say, lifting the items that are on display, and they get points for that. The team did a really unique way of raising that market roof by reaching over the top and pulling it up instead of pushing the lever, which is what is typically done. Now we're going back to the mat. They have now their last 4 minutes to accomplish as many additional missions as they can. It looks like right now they're going for mission number 1, which our other team also, mission number 2, which is the map reveal. That's the one that has the 3 options for points. They're going to reset and try again. Oh, I was wrong. They're going for mission number 2 again, which I think they've already accomplished parts of this, but they're working to perfect the mission to really try and get all pieces of it done. So we'll see what is going on there. The judges are going to be the ones who determine officially what number of points they get for accomplishing each little part of the task. And with 15 missions, there's a lot of points available. It's very difficult for students to get a perfect score and get all the 15 missions. Very challenging, but DSMS is doing a really good job so far. Right now they're working on, it looks like mission number 2, the mat reveal. And the robot is, oh, and they got one section of it. So we heard that ding. They've gotten one section of the map reveal. I believe that was pulling back the topsoil. And now they're trying to lift up on that other piece of topsoil. He's adjusting it just slightly. We love to see that students are really working together. They've practiced so much that they know exactly what their role is, almost like a theater production when you know exactly when your time to come on stage is. Amazing. That was Mission Minecraft Explorer, where they have to get that little cute Indiana Jones Minecraft car to the other side of the mat. They have completed that one. That's 30 points for that mission. Ooh, they're working to accomplish this very difficult mission called, let me get the exact name of it, mission number 13, the statue rebuild. And that's what they're working on again. So they're going to try it one more time here. This one's pretty challenging as that statue is very finicky to rebuild it. They still have about a minute left, just over a minute to continue. And we can see that they're redoing the entire set of code, even though they have half the code already accomplished. Because their code is written ahead of time and they're running the robot on pre-written code, you'll see them sort of accomplishing that same mission again and again, even though they've completed that part. So from the outsider perspective, it looks like they're wasting time, but actually, because their code is written in such a way, they have to run the entire section of code so that they can get to the part that they need to get to. So that's the first part of the code that they've already accomplished. And now they're working on the second part of the code. Let's see if it works this time. Oh, it's still getting stuck. It's just a little bit off of its position. That's really tricky for all robotics teams. We saw our elementary robotics teams last week, and now our middle school robotics teams, same story. The lineup of the robot has to be absolutely perfect each time so that the code runs the same each time. And that's why it's so tricky where teams can be perfect 10 times, 20 times, 30 times in practice, and maybe a slight difference by the time the code gets to, there we go, we just finished. So that was a time well done. Give themselves a round of applause. That was DSMS. Very good. They should be very, very proud of themselves. Coming back with new coaches, new coders at Desert Springs Middle School, a thriving robotics program is developing there. We're really excited for them. Congratulations again, Ethan, Rosalinda, Isabel, Emily, and Emma. We are happy for you. Good job, Mr. Lara, Mr. George. Amazing. One more round of applause. Judges are going to calculate the total score. That's the score of their presentation piece combined with the score of their mission challenges. And while the judges are resetting all of the missions, we have a new team that is getting ready to compete. These guys are the Cielo Vista. They are currently working. Oh, I'm so sorry. James Workman. I got confused on the shirt color. That goes to show I should pay more attention. So we have now James Workman. They are the Rams, and they are competing with the presentation portion. They have a couple students who are working hard on that. Historically, James Workman has had a really great robotics team, so we'll see how they do this year. They're led by veteran coach, Miss DeBloy. While we are waiting for James Workman to finish their presentation piece, let's look at another mission that is quite challenging that teams have done so far, which is mission number 4. Oh, excuse me, no. Mission number 3, the Mine Shaft Explorer. Mission number 3, thank you. This is probably the most fun mission, if you ask me. Mission number 3, the Mine Shaft Explorer, where this little car they need to drive over to the other side of the mat. Now, in some LEGO League tournaments, we'll have 2 teams competing next to each other, kind of like Siamese twins, where there will be 2 different little cars driving on one side or the other. So simply, teams on each team need to get their car to the other side of the mat. It's kind of hanging off of the mat on our board. This is like a little miner. I like to think of him like an Indiana Jones miner almost. To do this, they'll lift the red lever on one side and simply gravity will drive that car over to the others. And I love it because they've got a little cute little Lego archaeologist sitting in the car. And he's very astute looking as he's driving across. Completing this mission earns teams 30 points as the car rolls over to the other side. And it's fun to watch that car travel across. Now another mission is mission number 7. Let's take a look at that one. So far, no teams have completed this mission. This one's pretty tricky because of its location on the board. Mission number 7 is behind 2 missions, the Forge mission and the Reveal mission. So it's really hidden in the back, and teams almost need to drive off the board in order to get to this mission. Now, it's pretty simple. Once you get there, you need to lift up this, I guess they call it a ring or a millstone is what in archaeology would be used for, to grind grain. So it's a heavy stone, and teams need to get over there and lift that up with some kind of mechanism. The tricky part about this mission is not the lifting. The tricky part is the location. It's hidden right behind, way behind the 2 other missions. Mission number 5, Who Lived Here, and mission number 6, The Forge. So it's kind of hidden back there, as probably a millstone would be in a real archaeological dig, would be hidden way back where the ancient culture or civilization is milling or grinding their wheat or grain, whatever grain they're eating, rice perhaps, some ancient grains that they would be milling in order to process it. Old food processing. Now we have machines that does that for us. Thank you very much. And probably those machines in the modern day are...
Oh, sorry, my sorry.
All right, so James Workman, they just finished their little presentation piece. I shouldn't even call it little, it's worth 100 points. So teams have not only been working on building robots, coding robots, building attachments, accomplishing these missions with code, block coding, as we talked about before. There's also parts of the team that are working on presentation skills and communicating with the judges, and that's a whole nother set of skills that engineers need to be able to have. They need to be able to explain their robot to people who are investing in their technology, who are working together on other teams, whether it be marketing teams or PR. So we know that these future engineers will need to have these skills, that not just the coding and the building, but also the presentation skills, working together and being able to communicate their ideas effectively. So it's pretty tough that they need to be so dynamic at such a young age. And that's why we compete first in this fun environment, low stakes, but exciting, high energy. And then they will go on, hopefully, to compete in high school, and then perhaps take their engineering skills and passion to the real world. All right. Amazing. So this team is starting out, we see a different strategy starting out on the surface brushing. I really like this mission. They have to move that lever on both sides in order to remove the soil or topsoil from the artifact. Again, knock over each side's soil deposits, which they did. So that's 10 points for each side for a total of 20 points. You can see that coder has changed the equipment needed, and now they're going to work on surface brushing. Same side of the field. Looks like he's going to try again. We've talked about that code iteration as well as keeping the robot in the exact same place every single time, launching it from the same place. That's very similar to what would be in a real world situation where teams are or companies are launching robots, working with robots, that we have to have consistency as they're working with them, since they are autonomous, working by themselves. Once we launch them, humans are the ones in control.
Scored a point.
Humans are the ones in control of how the robots function as an extension of code and mechanics. And the environmental impacts or environmental factors would be real in the real world, just like they are here on the board. And that's why it takes really coordinated iteration for the code, and also a lot of patience to try and get the robot to do what we want it to do at all times. Very good. So they have just completed another mission. This one's called What's on Sale, a part of it where the market wares are raised. So they haven't gotten the roof raised, but there's two parts of that mission, mission number 9. One is the roof, and the other is that the market wares are raised, like a table is set up in an ancient market. And that earns them 10 points by doing that, so they've already accomplished that mission. Still plenty of time in this first run. They're working diligently to add new attachments. He's lining up his robot, and he's going to launch it here. Working with his teammate on the code. Oh, very good. That was amazing. Oh. We'll see what the judges have to say about that. We might have to do that one again. But they did accomplish, well, at least one of those. That was a quick two-mission success there with the Forge, mission 6, as well as mission number 5. Now he's moving to the other side of the board. Still working on that surface brushing. This is a pretty tricky mission. They have about 45 seconds left. He's going to try again. Plenty of time still. You'd be surprised how long 30 seconds feels when you're working on these short bits of code. He can see quickly that his robot is just out of line, not quite on target. And so that's why he picks it up to retrieves it and tries to start again. And that's that iteration of location on the map. It's just shy of 10 seconds remaining before they have a little re-strategizing period and they can have a chance to talk without too much pressure of time. So there it is. So now they have 4 minutes. 4 minutes to restart, to practice, to talk with their coach, and to kind of get a game plan for what they're going to do next. And in the meantime, let's look at the ones that they accomplished. So they accomplished missions 5 and 6. This was that very quick missions that they did. We'll pull up one of them. Let's start with number 5. This is the one that was a little bit sus. I wasn't 100% sure if the judges gave them the points for that. It looks like they did. I'm looking here at the score sheet, and it looks like they did get points for who lived here. This is one of our easier missions where the structure floor of the robot has to push the structural floor, so it's revealing the ancient site, let's say archaeological site, who lived here. I like that name. Rebuild the structure by bringing the floor to the correct upright position. Straightforward mission, but needs to be fully completed. So they did it really fast. You might have not even seen it if you look at the replay on that one. I like this mission because it has all those little Lego pieces on top, which are kind of fun to build and really represents what an ancient civilization how they may have lived. And as modern day archaeologists, scientists, we have to use our scientific tools to try to figure out how ancient cultures may have lived based on the things that they find in the dig site and other factors that they know about the civilization through written stories or artifacts that they find. And then, as we know, if we've ever visited an ancient dig site, they recreate what it might have looked like with modern day tools and recreations of what they may have used in the past. And so this one, they have a little scale and a little grinding tool, and these are all made with little Legos, so it's quite a fun mission. The other mission that they accomplished in that quick movement was that forge mission, and these are the ore blocks that are released from the machine, from the artifact. And there's 3 ore blocks, and each ore block is scored individually, 10 points apiece. All right, so looks like the judges are just double checking that one of the missions is built correctly and going to function when teams attempt to release it. That's that buried ship mission. We could call it the salvage operation. So we can look at that while judges are making sure that it's built correctly. That's mission number 12. And I have a hunch that James Workman is going to attempt to complete this mission in their next 4 minutes. Which is just about to come. We've got about 10 seconds left where they're practicing, and then they're going to start their next 4-minute run. And I have a feeling they're going to try to accomplish this salvage operation. So that is where they have to clear the sand from the ship and then raise the mast of the ship for a total of 30 points. So now we're going to look back at these coders again. From James Workman, these guys are the bighorns. I think I said they were the rams earlier, but I was incorrect. Bighorns. That might be the same animal, but James Workman's proud of their bighorn mascot, which is what they are, so we call them correctly. We are led... They have 3 coders on their team, Edgar, Sebastian, and Mason. And we have them just starting their last 4-minute round where they're going to attempt to score more points. So points are accumulating over the course of both rounds. sort of talking together to figure out which part of the mission they really have yet to accomplish. Some of these mission models have more than one mission attached to them, or more than one way to score points. And this one specifically, this Raise the Roof mission, requires teams to show the artifact table as well as raise the really raise the roof of the marketplace. And that's the part that they're working on right now, is trying to get the roof of their marketplace raised up high. You can see that it's just that small changes, small adjustments in where they're launching their robot from that really make a difference. There they go. So they just accomplished another mission. This one is called Tip the Scales, where they have to lower the scale. We'll look at that mission when they finish to see how it was done. Then they also have to drag the artifact out. They haven't done that dragging part yet. Here, very good. So they've just completed the salvage operation. Challenging for coaches to watch their team and not get too eager and excited. All of our coaches so far have done a really good job in not talking too much to their team while they're competing and waiting for that 4-minute re-strategizing period. Believe me, they've had a lot of time in their practice space, in their club rooms, after school, to work with their team and coach them and help them out. And once we work so hard, we really care, we want to help them so much, and all of our coaches have done a really good job of allowing their students to work autonomously, which is what our ultimate goal as educators is. Very good job. So they just completed the second half of the salvage operation, where they've raised the ship off of the soil. They're talking with the coaches, the judges right now, to see which missions do we have yet to complete. We've completed so many missions. We just want to double check. We want to make sure we're completing all of the missions that we have code for and that we can. So they're double checking. They're adding new apparatus, new attachments to their robot. And they're talking together. Working really well as a team. Part of what they're judged on is how they work together as a team and how they communicate with one another. So that's also an important piece of not only being a good person, but also being a good engineer, is communicating, connecting, and working together well with your fellow engineers and fellow builders and coders. So we're really in a microclimate doing exactly what we would be doing in a real world situation, where we're competing with against other teams, working with against other companies to try and innovate, as well as working together within our own team to accomplish as much. A round of applause for James Workman. They're saying, whew, they're taking a breather after that. They did a really good job, completed a lot of those missions, and judges are going to reflect and see exactly what they saw to make sure that their score is accurate and fair. Round of applause for James Workman. Bighorns, you guys did very good job with those 3 coders, Edgar, Sebastian, and Mason, led by veteran robotics coach Ms. DeBloy. We are very proud of them. Very, very well done. And while Cielo Vista is getting to their presentation piece of their project, I'd love to look at one of the missions that we have yet to see anyone do, which is mission number 11, called the Angler Artifacts. The Angler Artifacts is where they need to raise the dig site. It's almost looking like a crane that they have to lift material off of the ground with this crane. And if they can get the blue flag of the crane lowered at the end. So they almost have to go push it up, and then they have to lower the blue flag right there onto the mission. So we're seeing that in real time. They have to push, push, push to kind of raise the earth below the crane. And they have to go far enough that the blue flag of the crane actually goes down. So it's just getting them raising it a little bit further all the way up, essentially, so that the blue flag of the crane, that little Lego piece, flows down. Now, this is a pretty tough mission. We haven't seen anyone attempt it yet. I think it requires that pushing motion several times to get the artifacts off of the ground, and this could be why some teams feel that it's not worth their time to work on it. In addition, the location on the map is pretty tricky, as the mechanism that you have to push is hidden right behind mission number 12, the salvage operation. So getting a robot back there is also a tight squeeze. I imagine real archaeologists in the field have to deal with tight squeezes and precarious locations, geographical situations all the time. So it represents well what we would be seeing in the field, where they have to get their machines into a small space or a space that requires extra care as they work without damaging other pieces of equipment or the ancient dig site. So that's an interesting one there, mission number 11. We haven't seen anyone complete that yet. Maybe Cielo Vista, who is up next, will attempt it. Another mission that is pretty tricky is the statue rebuild. This is mission number 13. Oh, am I All right, so Cielo Vista just finished their presentation. They did a really good job. Now, Cielo Vista is coming into this competition having won first place last year. So I know that they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. It was their first time competing last year. They new participants to our robotics competition last year, and then they scored first. So that's tough to repeat. A lot of pressure, like I said. They have 4 coders on their team, 4 engineers and coders: Giovanni, Nolan, Giro, and Evan, and they're led by 2 amazing coaches, Mr. Fuentes and Ms. Lopez, who run the program at Cielo Vista. Cielo Vista last week, their elementary team, Cielo Vista Elementary's elementary team last week got second place in their elementary robotics, which runs on a similar platform to our middle school robotics. And so our middle school robotics coaches are eager for those elementary students to pop on up to 6th, 7th, or 8th grade so that they can compete in the next level. CVC coders are communicating together, and their time has started now, so they're working hard together as a team. All right, so they just completed one mission. We hear that ding. You can hear they're talking together. You might not be able to hear on the stream, but they are talking together, not only cheering each other on, but telling each other when they're ready, being very positive and giving even high fives between when they hear those dings. They know that they're scoring points. Each time that ding goes, I'm assuring that the students feel a sigh of relief that the mission worked. And just like we said before, the missions can work 10 times, 20 times in practice, and then you get to a mat with a slightly new board, slightly new environment, or just a slight change in where they're lining up their robot, and it can cause the robot to act in a different way. So it's part of the competition is having students feel that grit in iteration and again and again and again, accomplishing it very, very many times. And the grit pays off. So after a couple of misses, they accomplished that mission of the wares being raised. Now you can see that they are changing their equipment. This is a new type of attachment that they're using, and I'm kind of loving it. It looks like a big donut on top of the robot, and it worked pretty well there to raise the roof of the sales, what's on sale, that mission. So now they have the donut with an attachment on top. Loving it. And all of these pieces are provided equally for different students. So it's really the innovation of how they decide to run their robot and what they decide to use to try to accomplish each of the missions. And each mission requires a different set of skills and equipment. So students are using their innovative skills to figure out what Lego equipment will I be able to build to make this mission work. And the one they just completed there was tip the scales with that big donut. And they might have a name for it, but I'm going to call it the donut for now. Oh, this is a great, this is the one I haven't seen before either. This attachment is almost like an elevator that they are lowering down to be able to pull something out. So let's see if we can see that close up. It looks like an elevator. It's going to get to the location, lower down, and then pull it away perfectly. Wow, well done. Very inventive. I think I've never seen a attachment that looks like that, but that one is very cool. That arm that lowers down like an elevator. They've put on a new attachment. I have about 30 seconds left, so we're looking. This one, ooh, they're attempting that mission that we were talking about just a few minutes ago, this really tough mission, and they're raising it. Let's see if it works. They've got it raised. Let's see if they get the second part of it. This blue flag needs to go up. Oh, and you can hear the exasperation in their voice. The judges are going to give it to them. So that's great. Amazing. So we'll look. And that's time. So now they have round one. They accomplished a lot. They're going to get back together, take a few breaths, sigh of relief. You can see high fives all around. And now they're going to talk with their coach and each other to see what can we do next? Which missions are we missing so far that we can go for? And we can look at some of those that they are missing to see if they in fact get them in this next round. So let's look at the ones that are not accomplished yet that Cielo Vista might attempt in round two. Just a guess, but here's some of them that are missing. The first one is number one, mission number one. So we'll pull that one up. This is a relatively easy mission. So I'm predicting that they're going to at least attempt it. There's two parts for the surface brushing. This one is surface brushing. So for this one, the little story behind it is that they are carefully clearing away soil to uncover artifacts without damaging anything. Each section of the soil is fully cleared. It's worth points. And then we also earn points if the brush itself is not touching the dig site. So that's two separate parts of the mission. The first one is the brushing, and you can see that red lever kind of hanging in the air, and pushing it from the left to the right like a brushing action will reveal parts of the artifacts below, which is the goal. And 10 points for brushing to the right, 10 points for brushing to the left. And then the second part of this mission is pulling out the brush, lifting the brush away. That second part's a little trickier. It's still worth only 10 points, so we haven't seen too many teams do it. I do believe that our first team, Nellie Kaufman, attempted and successfully completed that, where they were able to pull the brush off of the mission itself, but it's pretty tricky. With our hands, very easy, but with a robotics attachment, something that could pinch or wedge this brush out of the mission is a little more tricky. We did see NNC Cougars complete that one. I'm not sure if Cielo Vista is going to attempt it or not. Another mission that they have yet to accomplish but might go for, and it looks like they're kind of practicing it during their re-strategizing time, is the silo. Mission number 8. This silo mission is 15 points for each of the little, what do you call them, little gears, shooting those gears out of the silo. Now, I think the silo if it's representative of the ancient site is, somewhere we would store grain or some kind of liquid that we want to stay cool and dark, just like modern day silos that store grain. Ancient civilizations also used their knowledge of science to store grain or other perishable materials in a dark, cool location that wouldn't have exposure to the sun or heat to spoil. And so that's what this is representing. And the operation has to get the grain out of the silo, which I think even in real life is kind of a challenge. So in this case, they use a hitting action on the lever to launch the grain elements out. Cielo Vista is going to the other side of the mat now during their re-strategizing to look at another mission to see if they can accomplish. The last one we'll talk about that they haven't completed yet that they might go for is mission number 3, the Mine Shaft Explorer. I think this one's pretty challenging. This is one of my favorite missions, where they have to get Indiana Jones or the miner, whoever he is, the archaeologist, across the bridge in this little mine shaft car. Okay, so now we're going to come back to the board and see Cielo Vista use their last 4 minutes, and they're off. There's that surface brushing they accomplished. Very good. We have a new attachment here, simple blue cube. Let's see how that works. Here. Very good. So they were able to do the map reveal. That was one I hadn't expected them to attempt, and that apparatus, that attachment, was a unique way to do the map reveal. It worked very well. So they got 10 points for rotating the topsoil back to reveal the artifacts below. They're lining up for the next mission here. Let's see what happens. Wow, that robot went very fast. They were aggressively attacking the ships, raising the ship. We'll see if they do a little bit better this time. They almost had a burnout on the mat as they were going so fast. So here they go again. Amazing. The ship is launched and the sand is blown back, and even the team is quite surprised that it happened all in one fell swoop. So they were very excited about that, and it seems like the power of their robot and the burnout helped. I wonder in the real world if archaeologists use that strategy just to bulldoze through the artifact and see if they can get it cleaned up and out of the water in one move. It's possible they do. Seems like it worked in this situation. Maybe our engineers in the real world are taking note. Teams have about half the time left. They still have a lot of time left in their mission. This one's moving a little more slowly. Very good. They knocked both of the silo artifacts or silo pieces out of the Okay, so let's see. They have a couple more minutes left, but they are now they're going to re-strategize. See, do we have time to write code for anything that we haven't completed yet?
You can do whatever you want.
So they still have a couple of missions left on the mat, but it looks like they're not. They were surprised at how quickly they got everything done, and now they're not sure if they have code written for the other missions. So they're getting on the computer and they're quickly coding to see. Very interesting because we know that code can run fast, but the iteration process of writing the code and testing it takes a long time. And that's what students have been working on in the club. Writing the code, testing it, changing it, writing it again, testing it again, changing it again. That iteration is probably one of the biggest skills that students practice in robotics and get good at. And we're seeing it here in real time with Cielo Vista to see if they can write a new section of code, iterate it, and adjust it to see if they can accomplish a mission. So this first one, you can see exactly what happened. This is in real time exactly what happened. So the little bug in their code, they're going to have to pull it back, rewrite it again, adjust, and they're seeing, and they're very good. So their time is up, and they did a great job. Well done, Cielo Vista. Judges will confer to see how many points they got. They did very well. We'll be excited to see their final score. Again, Cielo Vista came in as returning champions, so a lot of pressure on their shoulders to do their very best. Yeah, you can leave it. That's okay. They'll put it back. We have another team that's getting ready, which is Raymond Cree Middle School. They're going to go to that presentation piece. And while they're getting ready, we will take a look at some of the missions they accomplished. I'm looking for my sound guide to see if that's a good idea. Yeah? Okay, so let's look at the tip the scales again. This is one that the team Cielo Vista used that very unique attachment of, I call it the downward elevator mechanism they use. That's mission number 10. Mission number 10, tip the scales. So the first part of that mission 10, is to down the bucket. The second part is to pull out the artifact. So we'll watch it here on the screen, and I'm just going to turn my voice off as James Workman is presenting to the judges just behind me, and they're doing a great job so far. So we want to make sure we can hear them. Raymond Cree. All right, so Raymond Cree Middle School just finished the presentation, and now they're coming up. They're very excited, Raymond Cree, and this is their first year after a little bit of a hiatus competing in robotics. They have 3 ladies on their team. That's amazing. We have Isabella, Bella, and Annalise, part of the Raymond School competition squad, led by a brand new coach, Ms. Sanchez, who teaches the DI program at Raymond Cree. So one of the most popular teachers at Raymond Cree, really love her. She's taken on this new challenge with robotics. She was a little nervous in the beginning, and here they go. We're going to watch them do their runs. Nervous in the beginning because it was their first year after a long time of being gone out of robotics. So they're coming in with a very fresh squad, brand new coach, brand new equipment. They've had a lot of challenges this year, and they've really rose to the occasion. We're really proud of Raymond Cree. So here they go. They're going to attempt. Oh, very good. They're trying again. That we've talked about that a few times throughout the competition, that it's very difficult to have the patience to run the same mission over and over again. Even though it's worked 100 times in practice, it doesn't quite work the same in competition. That can cause students a lot of frustration and anxiety, and we're seeing it live here as they're working. So they're still going to keep working on it. They have lots of time. Ooh, they were so close that time. So they're going to look and do it one more time. And that's it. This is robotics in action. This is how it is. Ooh, almost. They're so close. They're not giving up. We like watching that process as they're trying and they're relaunching it. They know it works, so they're just trying to get the right elements together. There they go, and now they got it. So they take a sigh of relief on that. They're going to take off their attachment and put on a new one. Attempt to do a new. They're going to launch from the same launch area, but go for a different mission. So they scored points with that first one. That was that bell that you heard. Ooh, very good. And so they've accomplished another mission there. Amazing. So that one was that they accomplished mission number 2, the map reveal. Pretty challenging mission. So far they've gotten mission 1 and mission 2. They're racking up the points. They're going to try it again. That one was close. They just missed it slightly. Still working on mission number 2. Remember, mission number 2 has a few parts to it, 3 different parts. So students almost have 3 different bits of code as they're trying to accomplish this mission number 2. So one of the parts they did perfectly, and now they're working on that second part. They're doing a great job so far. They're trying to swoop the map reveal piece off the board. We've talked about that in last week's robotics competition, just the diversity that the sport can bring students together. Typically we see girls sports running in one season and guys sports running in another season, and robotics is one of those that the students can work together, all different grade levels, and really compete as one team. So that's really a fun, unique piece of robotics and some other technology clubs that we run with Palm Springs Unified School District Education Technology Innovation Information Systems Department. They're still working on this map reveal one, and they're so close. They've got exactly the right tool, attachment, and exactly the right code, just slightly off. Could be quite frustrating for the teams, but they're handling it really well. So now they're going to work with their coach and work together. They can practice on the board. That was the first 4 minutes. Now they have 4 minutes to talk and re-strategize and decide what makes sense to do next. They can also write code at this time, and they can also build attachments or adjust their attachments. They're doing really good so far. We can look at one of the missions that Raymond Cree accomplished right away, which was the surface brushing. This is mission number 1. Not all of our teams have accomplished this one, but it is a relatively easy mission as it requires a good set of attachments to be able to push to knock over this brush. But the coding action isn't too complex. It's a relatively easy mission to get to geographically. Remember, they have to start from the launch areas with their robot. And once they get there, it's a simple turning action in order to brush. But the attachments needed are a little bit challenging for this mission. So teams do have to iterate the building aspect of that mission. So there's definitely different challenges in each of the missions, the coding and the building and the placement, and understanding what type of attachment might work best for each mission. So this one, surface brushing, they have to knock over each side soils deposits. And then the second part of the mission is to pull the brush away from the artifact, I guess you could say. So pulling the brush away from the artifact. And that brush pulling action is pretty tricky because they have to be able to lift up with some kind of wedge or some kind of attachment to pull the brush out. That's a very challenging part of the mission. So far, Raymond Cree has not completed that part of the mission where they did do the left and right sweeps. And since each part is only worth 10 points, that's where they have to decide as a team if it's worth even attempting the build and the coding needed for a simple 10-point mission component when they can get 20 points more easily in another space. And that's what they did. So that was good strategy on Raymond Cree's part. And right now, I can see on the board that you can see them in the small setting on the screen that they're just iterating code. We can look at another mission that they accomplished, which is a little bit more challenging mission, map reveal. That's mission 2. And I was explaining this in live time, but there's 3 components to this map reveal mission. The first one is the part that the team accomplished. Pushing or rotating the topsoil back so that the artifacts are revealed down below. And the second part and the third part are more challenging. Again, we have a lifting action on one of the parts, and I know Raymond Cree was working on that as the time expired during their first mission rotation, let's say, game rotation, that first 4 minutes, to lift the topsoil up. And the second part is to pull back or push or pull to reveal some more artifacts. So 3 parts to that mission. We'll see what Raymond Cree decides to do in this second set of 4 minutes. So now they have another 4 minutes to work together and accomplish and get more points. Wow, the robot's traveling all the way across the board this time. Ooh, so close. Wow, they're going to try that one again. They're going to try that again. By that much travel, their robot was just not even a centimeter off. That's how precise these guys have to be when they're working on not only the placement of the robot, the placement of the attachment, and how their code runs on the map. Just has to be so close, so precise as they get. And that one, they were just a little bit off. And I love how they're working together to not only help one another make sure it's on the board correctly, with the placement and the code, but encouraging one another not to get discouraged when it doesn't run perfectly. It's looking great so far. Oh, they almost had it. They almost had it. They're going to run one more time. That grit that we must have to be successful in life is on display here during our robotics tournament, that teams have to keep trying even when it's not working. They know it can work. They know it can work, so they're just trying it again. This map reveal, is that the one that it is? No, that's not it. This is the Who Lived Here mission. Is one mission that several teams have attempted. And Raymond Cree uniquely is starting at it from a far side of the board, which makes it a little bit more tricky because their robot has to travel so far. But it's really interesting to see how different students attack these different missions and work to work to try and accomplish missions. And they were just getting a clarifying question about their code, if they could separate their code out and parse it out to be more precise. And yes, they can, and they can do it live. And these girls here at the Raymond Cree team are doing really great job with the trying to iterate this code in live time. And we saw that in the last competition with Cielo Vista, of trying to write the code, change it, and adjust it as the robot is moving on the field. It's very difficult to do because it takes so much time, and students know they're under a time crunch. And so that makes it tricky. So we're going to see here what their robot does. They haven't touched it yet. It looks like they're trying to get it to do... Oh, very good. And they just completed the Forge mission. That was great. That's mission number 6. We'll look at that here once they're finished. They have about a minute left, just shy of a minute left. So well done, girls, on that Forge mission. They're talking together now to see what they should go for next. And again, they're coding in real time. So that iteration and building the quick adjustments that are needed to be able to code as the robot is moving on the field takes a lot of brain power, patience, and, as we've said many times, that ability to have grit and to attempt something many, many times without getting frustrated or angry at their robot. Well done, Raymond Cree. Round of applause. These girls were first-time competitors, first time at robotics with brand new equipment, with a brand new coach, very green team who did very, very well. So that was Raymond Cree. Now the coaches are going to confer and count up all the points that they earned and see that combined with their presentation score. And they are very proud. I see them leaving with smiles on their faces, and that's the most important thing. We look forward to seeing Raymond Cree and Miss Sanchez as a new coach for many years to come here at our PSUSD Robotics Tournament. And just so viewers out there know, every year our theme, missions, and goals of our game change. They're all based on a theme. Oh, excuse me. So I keep being warned that we have another team presenting, so I'm going to lower my voice and let them work on their presentation. All right, so I just heard a little round of applause behind me. That means that Painted Hills Middle School just finished their presentation piece, and now all the team is hustling to get their robots ready, and they're going to bring their equipment, their robots, and their coders, their engineers, and all the brains to the mat. Painted Hills Middle School this year has the largest squad. Part of the rules of LEGO Robotics is that only 6 students are able to be on the mat providing input at any given moment. So they have the team that can be close by, but the 6 players, the 6 key players are the ones that are actually working on the mat. So you'll see them gathered around here. We have the coders for Painted Hills Middle School are Santiago, Ikam, Joaquin, Hector, Layla, Angelina, Reina, John, Yahir, and Nathan. And Rena. I said her twice. And this is coached by veteran Painted Hills Middle School coach Miss Marshall, very popular teacher at Painted Hills Middle School, an amazing math teacher. And here they go. They're going to start. So we're going to see how their robot does. Remember, only one robot can be moving on the field at a time. So while one robot is working to score points, the other robot is being placed, or the programmers are working on the program and getting ready for it to launch. They have to use communication amongst both sides of the team, both sides of the field, in order to know when they are able to launch their robot. Looks like they're working on this tip the scales mission. This is a pretty tricky one. They have a unique way of trying to accomplish it with this hacker arm kind of a thing. And so they just did it. They got the little thing went down as well. So well done. So 2 missions, 1 mission complete in 2 different parts. So I could say 2 different point sets were just given to Painted Hills there. And you can hear them talking amongst one another. And so they're just kind of deciding how they're going to run the robot. So, whoop, and they got one part of that. Looks like with the sand came off. We'll see if we hear the judges. Yep, so officially they did get it. Sometimes it's hard to be sure. Okay, and so now they're working on another mission here. Oh, just slightly off. So they're going to pull it back and try it again. You can hear them talking back and forth. It's a great advantage when you have lots of players, lots of coders. It can also be tricky to know who's doing what. So Painted Hills is balancing that with a large squad. And very good. So they did accomplish that mission of the... keep forgetting the name of that one, Who Lived Here, where they have to get the structure to mimic like an ancient civilization. More than any other team I've noticed, Painted Hills is really talking to one another across the mat. And it might be because of their large squad or just the way that they've practiced, that once one side of the field is ready, the other side will yield to them and let them run the mission. As we talked about, only one robot can run on the field at a time. So if they're not coordinated well, they could have an error there. Ooh, that was a close one. So they might write that again. They might try and run that one again. They did get half of the map reveal, which is a pretty tricky mission. They're trying to lift up on the topsoil piece, which we haven't seen. I don't know if we've seen any team do that. Maybe one team early on. Okay, and they just got the forge mission. We heard another ding. They have about a minute left. Oh, they were so close again. We're watching in suspense, trying to get that to lift up. And so they're gonna line it up again and restart and retry. They're talking to the judges, making sure they're good on their time. So as we've said before, that the code is written in a big segment. And so even when they've accomplished one side of code, they might have to redo the entire set of code just to accomplish the last part of the mission. So they're really working together to stay focused and positive, even though it's tricky when they've unfortunately missed that mission a couple of times. Now they will have a re-strategizing period that will start right now, where they can work together to decide. Yeah, nice. Other teams that are watching are giving them a little round of applause. They did accomplish a lot. So now they're going to work together in their big team to decide what makes the most sense to continue working on next. And so let's see what mission they might be working on next. So I know that they're working hard on this mission number 1, surface brushing. Let's pull that one up and we can watch it. This is a tricky mission because it has 2 parts to it. The first part, not so difficult, but the second part is quite tricky. So we'll see what they decide to do here and how they decide to tackle it. The first part of this surface brushing, they need to sweep the dig site or the soil deposits away from the artifact, if you will, by using a left and right sweep. And they get 10 points for the left sweep and 10 points for the right sweep. They sweep both sides. That's pretty cool. And then the more challenging part of this mission is to pull the brush off of the artifact itself. And that brush is that little red stick that you see that's pointing up. To get it pulled up, they have to design some kind of attachment that can almost pinch or pick up this stick. We saw that an NNC did that early on in the mission, but we haven't seen a ton of teams go for that one. It's only worth 10 points, so if you get it, it's great, but it is a challenging 10 points. Let's look at another mission that they already have accomplished, and this is mission number 9, What's on Sale. This is a real fun one. We can envision an ancient civilization taking their wares, their jewelry, their art, their pottery, or food stuffs to the market. So this is symbolizing that. Teams have to accomplish 2 different goals on this mission. What's on sale, number 9. It's nice and close to the launch area. So the good part about this mission is that it doesn't take a lot to get there, but the tricky part is what your robot has to do once it's there geographically. First, it needs to raise the roof of the market. And to do that, there's a red lever on the side that you can push to raise that Lego piece up into the air. We've seen some teams do other types of movements to try and get that roof up, kind of like a grabbing motion or a sweeping motion, and that works. So you don't have to push the lever, but it is designed that the lever push will work to raise the roof. Now the second part of the mission is to display the wares or the goods that are in this market. Painted Hills Middle School has already accomplished this second part, and they don't have to do them in any specific order. So if they've raised the wares, they've gotten 10 points. Painted Hills already did that part. They have to push that red lever or pull the red lever so that the table is set up. Table is set upwards. And so they have accomplished that part already. We can go to one more mission and look. We have about 20 seconds left before they are going to have another 4 minutes. Let's look at number 10. This is Tip the Scales. They were able to accomplish both pieces of Tip the Scales in one fell swoop, which was pretty cool. And the way they did that was by pulling out the pan. The scale pan was removed from the artifact, and that, in fact, tipped the scale down. So they've got points on both sides of that. So their re-strategizing period just ended, and now they're getting organized in their last couple seconds as a team before the time restarts. And they're off. So now they're going to use this next 4 minutes to continue accomplishing. Very good. So they've pounded out the silo mission. That was the one mission that was really struggling a bunch of teams early on in the competition today. So they practiced that a few times during their re-strategizing period and were able to do it as the first accomplishment of the second set. And we can see they're lining up again. Very close. We had a big gasp sigh of, oh, so close on that mission. They're trying to reveal the surface of the of mission 1, and so it's really, really challenging to get that hoop attached perfectly, and they're still working on it. So that's just shows the amount of grit that it takes. Not getting frustrated. And that paid off. So they got that one. Very good. We heard a big yahoo from the crowd. So they worked hard on it and they got it. We love that. And now they're on the next one. You can see that they're pulling the robot back and they're going to try it again. Still have plenty of time, more than half time before. Going to reset the mission. Ooh, this is a tricky one. We've talked about that one before. This Mineshaft Explorer is one of our more difficult missions. One that has a lot of flair and pizzazz as the little car drives across the bridge, but it's a challenging mission to accomplish. And we see Painted Hills are going to go for it again off of the right-hand side of the board. You can see that the judges can help them pull their robot back when it's not working. It's kind of a far reach. So they're working. They're going to keep trying it. The other mission they're working on the other side of the board is that surface brushing to try and pull the brush away from the artifact. Another very challenging mission. We've got 2 very challenging missions that they're working on over and again here. They're doing a great job. And I see the coders are coding in real time, just adjusting small amounts of code as the team. Oh, almost. You can hear them talking. That they're going forward or backward, or they're just not quite. The iteration is they're just adjusting it slightly, which is exactly what robotics in the competition is all about. Just making slight adjustments to be able to accomplish. So close here. They're doing a great job encouraging one another. This has been a challenging just couple seconds here where they have good code written. They know it works. They know it works, but we just haven't seen success of it yet. So they're just continuing to just practice and try again. See if it can drive off the mat and pick this up. So he's working on reiterating the code right here to see if they can just pause the code. Oh, so close. All right, very good job. Very good job. Painted Hills Middle School. They had a little frustrating end there, but they still are cheering each other on and having a positive outlook. They know that those missions work. They accomplish many of them. We'll look at a couple that they did get while the judges are tallying up the score. The one that they did, which was the salvage operation. This is that ship that they have to clear the contents that are on top of the ship. It's almost like Lego pieces are covering the ship, and then they have to raise the ship up off of the mat. And so they were able to remove the sand from the mission, the ship. They were able to raise the sand from a ship. That's mission number 12. And they didn't get the ship raised, but moving the sand is 20 points. Big points for that one. So they did a really good job of getting that one. And again, those coders from Painted Hill Middle School are Santiago and all right, so now we're going to go kind of shift our camera view over here to where the awards are going to take place. And we'll be announcing the winners in just a minute. Just are calculating the total score of all the teams. Remember, there's two parts to the middle school robotics program. We have the first part is the presentation portion, where students talk about what they've learned with regards to archaeology, as well as how their team club was developed, the challenges they faced throughout the season, the accomplishments they've made, and that's scored on a 100-point scale. For points in several different categories, including teamwork and communication. So some of those very important skills. And then the second half of the tournament is all about that Lego game. And this is where students have spent most of their time throughout the season in their practice with their club to not only build the missions with Lego, but then code them, build their own robot with specific attachments. Just a lot of work has been go into making today happen, not only with the teams, but with the coaches and parents. As a parent myself, I know the dedication it takes to get your kid to school every day, but then have them go to practice afterwards and pick them up and the dinner and all the things. So parents are probably our unsung heroes that we don't give enough credit to be able to get their kids to be able to compete every time. Yeah? And so, okay, and so we're ready to announce the winners. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And this, huh? Okay. All right. So first, I just want to say it's an honor for me to be able to be here with all of you. And I see we've had principals here in the house, our administration team. I want to shout out to my administration team, the Director of Education, Technology, and Information Systems, who makes this all possible, who raises the money, gives us the time, allows us to play games during school. That's pretty cool, Mr. Will Carr. So we can give him a round of applause. And the members of his team that are here today, we have Ryan and Thomas, Anthony, Dee, Derek, and Fernando, and all these guys work and Shannon. All these guys work in the Education Technology Information Systems Department, a little bit behind the scenes, but we couldn't be here without them. They make the sound come on, the internet work, all the streaming to happen, and not only that, they keep us up to date with Chromebooks and applications and artificial intelligence that we're dealing with right now. So they're working all day, and they take time to allow us to play games with robots and Legos, and that's really cool. So round of applause once again. And students, you should be looking at your coach right now and saying thank you. The amount of time that it takes to run these programs with with you guys and your friends is really astounding that the coaches come back year after year to do this with you. And so we thank you. We are glad you're here. We hope you stay. And we're just what you've done is really amazing. And then finally, before we announce the winners, third place, second place, first place, give yourselves a round of applause and your teammates. This is not easy. This is not easy. We have hundreds and hundreds of kids at your school, and it's you who are here competing. So that says a lot about you as a student and as a competitor and willing to put yourself out there on camera. You should be proud. Okay, so now you're waiting. You want to know who it was. So once you win, once you hear your name, if you've won, if you've placed today, I'll say the final score, and then we have medals and trophies for you over here to take back to home, medals and trophies to take back to your school, a little bit of bragging rights. And when you go back, encourage other students to join robotics for next year. You might graduate into high school. We have a high school robotics program, so if you're going to high school next year, look or ask when you get to campus, who's the coach that can help me and continue your skills so that you can do robotics through college or another profession. If you don't go to college, there's robotics in all sorts of industry. So don't stop now. So you have trophies and medals, and we'll get your photo. Probably the most important piece, the photo. Okay, so coming in with 250 points, third place, Painted Hills Middle School. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, so this big squad, and we'll see if we can pull up the names. We might have the names. Otherwise, I'm going to go to coach to see the names. I said the names earlier, but unfortunately, I don't remember the names of these students. But we'll pull it up here, and I'll be able to read them off. Coached by veteran robotics coach, Ms. Carly Marshall. So that's amazing. So I'm going to pull up the names of the students so that I can. We have Santiago, Ikam, Joaquin, Hector, Layla, Angelina, Reina, John, Yahir, and Nathan. You'll have to get close. Shimmy up close together for a photo. Third place. Some of these students, I recognize their faces. That must mean that they're either 8th graders or 7th graders. Maybe they started in 6th grade, so they'll be going to the high school next year, graduating to, I think, Desert Hot Springs High, who has an amazing robotics program. All right, photo. Third place. Amazing. All right, moving right along. In second place, we have a brand new robotics club, Desert Springs Middle School, second place. Amazing. Coached by Mr. George and Mr. Lara. 2 coaches, 2 brand new coaches, brand new coders, brand new program. We have Ethan, Rosalinda, Isabel, Emily, and Emma. Amazing. They are very excited. Very cool. Coaches are proud. Lots of hours putting into learning this brand new program and coming out and showing a great score. Second place, they had 298 points. So about 48 points more than our previous team. Well done, Desert Springs Middle School Scorpions. Second place, photo. Amazing. Woo, woo, woo. Well done. Lots to celebrate there at Desert Springs Middle School. They should be super proud. Okay, and in first place, let's hear a drum roll. Cielo Vista Charter, 326 points. Returning champions. I can't believe it. They had some hiccups early in the season. I hope they continue their program this year. They had some equipment issues early on in the season, so they're very proud. We have 3 students here. I think Evan's missing, but he is part of the team. Giovanni, Nolan, Giro, and Evan here, coached by Mr. Lopez and Mr. Fuentes and Ms. Lopez, who are second-year robotics coaches at Cielo Vista. So these guys did really great. They always have great team spirit too, which makes them really fun to watch. Cielo Vista, woo-woo! First place. Amazing. Well done, guys. And round of applause to all teams, whether you are first or came at the back of the pack. You were here. You did it. It was so fun to have you. And we look forward to seeing you next year, whether it's in high school or, again, with your teams in middle school. Great work. Right, so I've just heard the word that the buses are running a couple of minutes late, so we're going to hang out, celebrate, get photos, exchange smiles with fellow teammates or people from another team, and take a look at the mission mat if you want, hang out with us, talk to us. Oh, by the way, I've heard through the Vine that next year's theme is called Bio Glow. Ooh, Bio Glow. I'm not sure what that means yet. Bio Glow. I think that has to do with the ecosystem and our human impact on the environment that we live in. Bio Glow. This kind of sounds kind of scary. I have seen a picture of the mat, and I might be able to pull that up if I can get my streamer man to be with me for a minute. He might have taken a quick break. But we'll find the Bio Glow mission, next year's competition preview. It's going to be able to pull it up. Bio Glow. Looks pretty cool. We haven't had an official release of that mission, the missions yet, but it looks like trees and the ecosystem. It looks very green and beautiful, different than where we live. This mat was more similar to our natural environment here in Coachella Valley. This Bio Glow looks more like a scene out of the Amazon, perhaps, or a foresty scene. We'll see if we get it up here. But they usually reveal the official announcements and the type of missions that will be coming up in April. So as soon as we have that, we'll be passing that along to our robotics coaches, and they can start recruiting their teams for April. And we'll get new equipment, new Legos, new missions, same robots. They can reuse the robots. There it is, the Bio Glow. It looks very cool and exciting. Yeah, so we have a little video. Again, the official release date hasn't been out yet, so we don't know for sure, but I'm guessing it has to do with the trees. Looks like lots of flying objects as well, so we'll see. That'll be an interesting new season. 2026, 2027, Lego Robotics Bio Glow. Thank you so much, Painted Hills Middle School, Raymond Cree Middle School, DSMS, Cielo Vista, Nellie Kaufman and James Workman, all of our competitors, from coming. Please look up your robotic teams as you move on to high school. Connect with your coaches on when we're going to start next year. When we're going to start next year, coach. We look forward to having you. I have to say, this is my 3rd year watching robotics competitions. I think it's our highest scoring season yet overall. I know some teams maybe had missions coded that didn't work out today, but I can say for sure this is the highest coded mission or teams overall have scored more points this year than ever before. So that's going to show that we're getting better as an overall program, and we're getting more accomplished in our coding and building skills with regards to the robots, which is pretty cool. So that's something to be proud of as the longevity of the program grows. Students are becoming more proficient, even our brand new clubs. So that's great.
Welcome, everyone. Glad to see we have Cathedral City High School and Palm Springs High School here for our high school robotics. At 1 o'clock, we're going to go ahead and get everything rolling, okay? So you got a couple minutes. Cat City will go first. everyone. Let's go ahead and get started. So, first and foremost, thank you both, Palm Springs High School, Cathedral City High School. Thank you, players, coaches, Curtis, Ryan, Mr. Bax, Mr. Goring, sorry. Mr. Ventura is here with us today, Palm Springs administrator. Thank you, everyone, for being here again. This took months of you guys practicing, going through the challenges, building everything, coding all the missions. So that first and foremost, your guys' ability to show up is what really is important here. So thank you, both squads. So I'm going to go ahead and go over some of the way the game's going to play. Each team will have 2 4-minute sessions on the board. So a team will come up. You'll set up your cars. You'll have 4 minutes. You'll talk to the refs. We have 2 refs, Ryan and Caitlin. Say hello. And you'll coordinate with them when you're ready to start. They'll say go, and every time you score a point, you'll hear a bell. Okay? Once you're done with your first 4 minutes, coaches, while the runs are happening, you are to stay to the side. Let the students do their thing. Once your first 4 minutes are done, you have the recalibration time. That's when coaches could come in, talk to players, re-strategize, and just offer help. Then you'll go your second 4 minutes. Then we'll be done. Then we're going to switch over to our second game, which is Mech Madness, which the points here will contribute to the points you get on the Lego game. We have 4 corners. The name of the game is to get all of the obstacles, or as many obstacles as objects that are in the center of the board to your respective corners. We have blockers, so once time is up, boom, we'll go ahead and block them, and we'll just count up. I'll talk more about the game as we get there. But again, combined score will be added up, and then the highest score will place first and second. Any questions? All right, so Cathedral City High School, you're up first. And let's get the games going.
You can grab it and bring it back. Yeah, we're letting you guys grab. Change your code real quick to like back it up and leave it there and not touch it. Like we'll let it fly. All right, so whenever you're ready.
Refs are confirming. And CCHS is starting their first run. They're prepping their 2 cars, ready to rock. That bell indicates that they're getting points. They just did the first mission. And that was Nicholas. they're changing the programs up. They have stored on their robots. And they scored another point there. Perfect. They went off the mat, which is legal for that mission, to complete the hook challenge. And as they attempt different missions, they have the chance to go ahead and change different parts of the car. So they're adding legs, they're adding different arms and hooks in order to complete the different missions that they can get points for. And there's another one they completed. We have Nicholas continuing to try to complete surface brushing, which is mission number 1. He's received 2 of the 10 points, and he's going for that last 30 points. We have about 55 seconds left in the first round, and he got it. The persistence paid off. Good job, Nicholas. We also have one of their other teachers, Mr. Beal, here watching and supporting. Say hello.
Hello.
Thank you. "25 seconds left in the round." Actually, there's a delay. There's 10 seconds left. And that is the end of round 1. Now in the next 4 minutes, they're going to be recalibrating and re-strategizing what they can do different, how they can approach the different challenges. This is a time when coach can come and talk to them and offer some guidance. So we have 30 seconds left in the recalibration time where CCHS is testing out new code. There's looking at what challenges they might want to approach and adding new attachments, and just overall looking at how they want to complete any remaining missions. And that's the bell. We're about to start round 2, which is the last round for Cathedral City High School on the Lego Robotics table. They're just checking in with the refs, making sure everyone's aligned. And that bell means it's the start of round 2. Oh, that little rotation. They almost got that mission. And that mission is called What's on Sale. We have to raise the roof. Your robot needs to push the red lever on the side to lift the roof piece upwards. And they got it. That bell indicates they got some points. Good job. Ooh, there's another one. And that particular mission is called Salvage Operation. They're re-strategizing their code. You can download different programs onto your robot and have them, ooh, good job, autonomously complete the missions. Talking to each other, making sure they're on the same page. Oh, and there's another point. Good job. They have about 1:40 left on the clock in their final round. And he's going to give it a shot. There you go. "50 seconds left. "30 seconds left. 15 seconds. 7, 5, 1. Oh, and that's time. Good job, Cathedral City High School. Congratulations. Okay, so Palm Springs, give us a second as we gather our numbers and stuff. Now, our final school is coming up. Our refs are going to reset the Lego table. And they're resetting all of the challenges, putting one of the challenges where the boulders have to be held up. And he's lining them up real good. And I'm just looking for the refs to give me the A-OK for Palm Springs to be up. Ready? All right, Palm Springs High School, go ahead and come on up. Woo! A round of applause. And one of our refs enthusiastically ringing the bell.
He like lost his mind. And he was like, I'm sorry, guys.
I just started doing karate on the bell.
You just saw every middle school kid be like, what does that mean?
All the middle school kids were like, "You're cool," and I was like, "I know."
Palm Springs High School, a very lively group. We have about 5 seniors, 4 seniors, 4 seniors that are leaving the program that have been in the program for 3 or 4 years. Yeah, the rings and stuff. Yeah, you can adjust any rings if you strategically have a plan for them. I mean, like that ring right there, or like that, if you want to, yeah. Ready, countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. And Palm Springs is starting round 1. As they're going through. They were really close to finishing mission number 1. I've seen them do it in practice, so I know they can. And they're seeing after first couple runs that they have to do some minor adjustments. And good job. They scored a point there. And they're going to try to knock out missions 1 and 2 in 1 run. Nice. Good job. And they went ahead. Persistence paid off. And they completed mission number 1 to get the 10 points. And now they've hooked on to the hook. Oh, and they picked up mission number 2. Oh, but crashed on their way back. teams are doing a good job at communicating with one another as the team is divided into two. And they, almost completed. To have the little Indiana Jones guy. Oh, and they're raising that little angler guy. Oh, now I think they're lowering him down. And the refs gave them the point. I think they're going to try again. They got 8 seconds left in their first round. The time just flew. That's end of round 1 for Palm Springs High School. They did a good job. They completed the first 2 parts of mission number 1. They attempted the Indiana Jones. And now you're in your recalibration time where they're going through making sure their code is working. Palm Springs has done a good job of supporting the underclassmen in their robotics club, making sure that the club is sustained after they leave, as we have 4 seniors leaving the program, have been in the program for many years. So they've done a good job during their practices of giving the underclassmen specific jobs and responsibilities so that they can get the practice in to make sure the Palm Springs continues for years to come. The Palm Springs High School team is currently just wrapping up their recalibration time. And they're about to start their second round. Amongst the 4 seniors, we do have seniors going to different schools. Where you guys going to school? We have Zoe Gray going to UC Berkeley to study astrophysics or regular physics. Being a math major myself, respect. That's tough. We have Phoebe Goring going to UCLA for political science. Happens to be the daughter of Coach Goring.
All right, are you guys ready to go? Yes.
Anyone else want to share?
Ryan, you ready on that timer? We're going to count you down in 3, 2, 1.
We have another student going to Virginia Military Institute. And they're now executing the code that they practiced during their recalibration time. Ooh. Oh. Both corners doing a good time of talking to each other. And they're real close to getting that Indiana Jones guy. Oh. Mabel or Mabel? Mabel. And they got the Indiana Jones character to go down the little roller coaster. The Mineshaft Explorer. They have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Ooh, Mabel, so close yet so far.
So close yet so far. Thanks for approving this one.
Okay. 50 seconds left. Whoa, good job. Mabel's going at it again. Ooh. 35 seconds. And the seniors doing a good job of making sure nobody gives up. Even with 8 seconds on the clock. And that's time for Palm Springs High School. Round of applause. Good job. Another no, we have Zoe Gray, who's the winner of Edison, a scholarship. She's sitting pretty going to school. Awesome. Congratulations, you guys. Yeah. Okay, so at this point in time, we're going to go ahead. You guys can have a seat for a second. We're going to go ahead and transition to our next game is our Mech Madness game, which is a Hungry Hippo style game. As we move the camera over, I'm going to go ahead and give more information on it. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of chaos. All right, teams, let's go ahead and move on to our next game, Mech Madness. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the game. So, Mech Madness is a Hungry Hippo style game. We have 4 corners, and we're going to have our 2 squads going to be separated diagonally by each corner. So, we can have one team there and there, while we have another team vice versa. Okay? Oh, Eric's here. Both Erics are here. Good. We can use you. If you're filling out, we can use Eric. Yeah, you're not feeling well. So, Palm Springs High. You'll be setting up in this corner here and this corner here. CCHS, you have that corner there and that corner there. You decide how you want to break up. Okay? This one and that one. Okay? Yeah, diagonal. Okay, so perfect. Every corner has a little bumper that we'll use to seal off the points so that we don't have any of the objects scattered around. Now, I'm going to go ahead and go over some of the details. The name of the game is to get as many of the objects to your corner at the end of 3-minute rounds. We're going to do 3 rounds of 3 minutes. Okay? So you'll do 3 minutes when we start the timer. And in between the 3 minutes, you'll have 2 minutes to recalibrate, to change anything you want to change. Okay? You'll have 2 minutes. And then once time is up, we're back at it again. We will be rotating every 3 minutes. Okay? The ping pong balls, there are 40 of them worth 1 point each. The golden ones are worth 3 points each. There's 12 of them. And then there's the dice that are worth 5 points each, and there's only 4 of them. Okay? Any questions? 5 points each, only 4 of them. Okay? The golden balls are 3 points each, 12 of them. Okay. Speak up. That's okay. So what you might want to do then, I would have somebody on that side in case they grab the robot. You can change it, code it, whatever you need to do, and send it back. Right there, right there. There you go, right there. Mr. Arline will be right next to him. At the end of 3 minutes, we'll have a ref or an official seal off your corner, and we'll start tallying up the points there. Does anyone have any questions before we start? All right. So in 3, 2, 1, go. Wait till they break it. Pull it. So this is a unique game because once their robot is stuck, they can pull it back into their corner to take off. The rules are just to get the points. You could start from over there too.
Yeah, but
Okay. Additionally, they can crash into each other. Yes, throw them back in. They can crash into each other. They can break each other's robots as long as it comes from their other robot. You can steal from one another's goals. And so it's a lot of pressure.
Does the line count?
The line will not count.
Okay. Yeah!
So we have,
What if we just stay here? Right now.
they could just stay there, but CCHS can also hit you enough times to break your robot. I think that happened last year at some point in time. So this is a really unique game because you can be strategic.
There we go. Okay.
CCHS is going on the attack. Palm Springs High is doing a good job of protecting their corner, getting all their points.
And then 2 all the way back up?
We have 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the first round. Remember, you can take your robot and go from a different angle. CCHS is thinking about it, re-strategizing, wondering what they got to do. Palm Springs, on the other hand, is looking to take whatever CCHS has. And there he goes. He's pushing him out of the way. He said, move, robot, get out the way. And CCHS is trying again. They're protecting what they have. And Palm Springs is eyeing the goal of Cathedral City, wanting to take what they have. 20 seconds left. Can you? Well, there's nothing there. But 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's time. All right. So now we're going to start counting. Can you move your what for a second? Thanks. And our refs will start scoring. While we have the team get all the points out, we're going to go ahead and just put them all back in the middle with some yarn. Anthony, if you can, please. Just put a big circle in the middle of the yarn, and then collect all the balls. Once, yes. So we have 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes on the clock. Now teams will rotate clockwise. Go ahead and rotate clockwise. Yeah, actually too big. Let's get it all in there. Thanks, guys. Smaller, yeah. Yeah, please.
Okay. It's just making it. Oh, we're rotating.
Yeah, rotate.
Where do we go?
Just clockwise.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Manny.
You have 1 minute and 5 seconds left. 1 minute, 5 seconds left. Yeah, and then when they start, we just gotta get in there and take that string out. We're starting in 5 seconds. 5, 4. Let them cross over at first. 3, 2, 1, go. The start of round 2. Boom, and they all met in the middle. Whoa. Now they're all in the center. Crash. Good job. Oh. Good job. CCHS continues to want to break robots. Doing a good job. Well, Palm Springs High has different hooks to gather all the. There you go. Boom. I have yet to see one robot intentionally break the other one, but I hope to see it at least by the third round. Oh, my gatos. And they're going. Ooh. CCHS said, I don't think so, and they're holding on to their corner. Oh, and they took them for a dance. Spinned in circles. Pretty good. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. One minute and 10 seconds.
Just throw them in. Excuse me. Yep. Got that.
Yeah, ram into that.
45 seconds left. My goal blockers, make sure to get into position. Pick a corner. Somebody grab this corner. I'll grab that corner if you want. You do this one.
Somebody over there. Thank you.
Where's my blocker?
Right here.
Yeah, okay. Go more. Try to go more. There's another one against the wall. Okay, wait.
Oh.
Can you try to go more?
What?
We have 15 seconds left.
Wait, guys, just hang on, hang tight.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's time right here. These won't count. Right here. Now our refs are counting up the points. Good job as our refs are getting up all the points. We're approaching our final round. And let's go ahead and rotate everyone clockwise again. This is our final rotation. Final rotation. And now thank you to the ETIS team who is setting up our little circle here to get all of our objects back into the center. Palm Springs is re-strategizing, thinking, making a plan, and almost falling. That's not mine, no. It's yours. Thank you to our network team, Anthony. CCHS also talking to each other, strategizing, planning, seeing how they can take over. Help them out with those, yeah.
He's our hungry kid.
Okay, we do have a couple seconds left, but I'm gonna check in with the teams if they're ready. Ready? 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 3, 2, 1, go! Boom! Whoa! That is a great job. Palm Springs High School wanting to just stay where they are. They got a lot of high valued objects here. But CCHS says, I don't think so. They're going to try to break their robots. We have not seen a broken robot yet, but I'm looking forward to it. We got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Let's start breaking. Awesome. Awesome. And he's passing over. And Palm Springs taking the chance, saying, you know what, we're going to go try to gather some more. Sure if it'll pay off for them, and boom. Oh, remember, once they're kicked out, they just got to go back into the arena. Anything back kicked out goes back to the arena. 1 minute and 40 seconds left. I've seen this play out last year, and this is where it might or might not pay off. Thank you, Palm Springs, is what CCHS is saying right now. Oh, and going back. CCHS is moving fast while the other two robots are going at each other. Oh! That has to go back into the arena. Good job. CCHS ain't playing. I knew it. With 54 seconds left. 50 seconds left. Now they're just going after each other. Nobody cares. Rules don't exist anymore. Oh! And they're pushing. Good job. We got 40 seconds. Give me a quarter. And they're going hard. 30 seconds. Oh, and they're trying to defend. 20 seconds left. Oh! They pushed, but they lost a lot of them. 10 seconds. You got that one? You got that one? I got this one then. 5, 3, 2, 1. Done. That doesn't count on the line. On the line don't count. And now our refs are going to do the adding. Good job, Palm Springs High School and Cathedral City High School. Round of applause. I was waiting for all the craziness. Good job. So we're going to have our refs tally up all the points while the teams gather their stuff and go back to their stations. Good job, teams. Good job. The scores are in. And first and foremost, I want to say thank you to our coaches. Give a round of applause to our coaches. They have a full teacher load that they do, grade papers, create assignments, and they stay after school and they do robotics and so many other things. So first and foremost, thank you to our coaches because they have a lot on their plate, and without them, we couldn't do the programs at the site. So thank you. Students, you all did amazing. Thank you for your interest in robotics. A round of applause for all the students. Good job. For those seniors that are leaving, because we have seniors on both sides, I believe. How many seniors at CCHS? One senior here, two seniors? Two seniors leaving. We have 4 seniors leaving over here. So we bid you farewell, a couple more months, but then after this, school costs money. Yeah, but it's awesome. I appreciate you guys being in the robotics program. Thank you to our ETIS director, Will Carr, who was just here a little while ago. Our team, Anthony, we have Thomas, Ashley, Ryan, Caitlin. Thank you to everybody. Marion for the pictures. Without you, we don't have the nice pictures. Mr. Beal for helping us throughout all these tournaments. And let's go ahead and start, everyone. So, in second place, but winner of the McMadness game by 5 points is Cathedral City High School. Come on up, Cathedral City High School. Good job, Cathedral City High School. And in first place, we have Palm Springs High School. Come on up. Good job, Palm Springs High School Robotics. Good. And with that, we conclude our middle school, high school robotics live stream for all the thousands of people at home watching. We appreciate your time and attention to our stream. And keep an eye out, guys, for robotics at your school. High schools, you got 8th graders that are moving up to high school and they're interested in robotics. And we hope to see